Hello. Sorry, I'm running a little late. My computer was being dumb, so I restarted it, and now I gotta try and pull up Goodreads again. So give me 1 second. But let me know how you're doing, what you're reading tonight, what's going on with you. I'd love to hear everything. But what are you doing? Mom's being mom. Let's see. Move to new window. Okay. Okay. It's up. I just don't know if I can easily present it. Aha, it is working. Okay, good. Okay. There we go. I really need a new computer. And now that I have a new job, hopefully that will happen soon. But yeah, my computer is it's just telling me, I'm so tired, Amy. I'm so tired. I hope everybody, thank you. Hi, everybody. I figured I'd come on even though I wasn't ready because my computer was acting wild. And now it looks like my internet's going slow. So if I look a little delayed, that's because of that. So, I'm going to be reading Golden Fool tonight. And let's see, look, I'm getting so close to the ending of this one. I'm just enjoying this so much. I'm having such a good time reading this. I just finished A Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping right before this by Sengu Mandana, and excited to finally get a chance to get back to that one. I had read the second half of this really quickly because I was just really feeling it. And after Golden Fool, my pages that I have to read for the day, I'm going to start on Undeath on the High Seas, my zombie book. That's my plan. That's my plan. And then, of course, to go through my Goodreads list and let's see. My want to reads. Okay. Let's see how y'all are doing. Come on, slow computer. There we go. Hello, how you doing, Culinary Crime? Hi, Lily Eve. How are you? I'll be reading Salem's Fall by Rec Talk Ross. Oh, that's a fun name, Rec Talk. Okay. Is that like a witch book? It must be, right? Salem's Fall. Culinary Crime is working on the big book, The Book Thief. I hope you're enjoying it. Hello, Manny. Thank you. Yes, they're cute little pumpkin witches. My little pumpkin witch earrings. I got them at Michael's for 50% off. Anna's here. Hi, I'll be reading one chapter in Holopox and then reading the 13th tale, which I'm loving. I haven't heard anybody say anything negative about the 13th tale. I really have heard only positive things about that book. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. Same computer, same, yeah. A very sad computer, sad old computer. Brenna's here. Hello, Brenna. The 13th tale. Look at, speaking of which, Manny thinks 13th tale is so good. What did you think of Witch's Guide? I loved it. I gave it a 4.5 stars. And I think the only reason it wasn't a 5-star for me was because I just wanted it to be longer. It was too short. It happened so quickly. But I loved the humor. I loved the characters. I loved the romance a lot. Actually, it didn't start till way late in the story. But when it got down to it, I really liked it. I saw that you didn't love it quite as much as I did, Betty. I just finished Undercrawler Carl, so I need to choose something else for tonight. Good choice. Yeah, what are you gonna read? What are you thinking? Reading with Manny. Oh, Leanna says slowly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll become a favorite. Oh, good. Has witchy vibes for sure. Occult stuff. A billionaire is accused of murder. Okay, occult stuff. That's fun. Hey, I missed the beginning. Hi, Miss Sharon, Cece, and Isaac. Oh, and hey, Amy. Oh, yeah, thanks. Thanks, Amanda. We also have Penny and Marley here, too. So we have a house full of pets. And I think I didn't notice that, Amanda. I can't even remember why now, LOL, but I did enjoy it. Yeah. Um, yeah. I have been having I'd say a slow weekend, but yesterday was spent helping both my cousins. Jordan went to the airport to go to Vegas, and then so we drove her all the way out to Seattle at 3. We had to leave at 3 o'clock in the morning. So it was a long day, starting out a long day. And then when we got back, Mom and I both were so tired we kind of crashed a little bit, slept for a little bit. But then we went and helped my other cousin, move into their new apartment. So basically carrying a bunch of stuff up 3 flights. They're on the third floor, so up 2 flights of stairs. And so then that was kind of a day that went by very quickly. Didn't get much accomplished aside from that, including my vlog, which just came out at noon-ish today because I didn't have the energy to finish it last night. Otherwise, I would have gotten it done last night and up in time. Okay, let's see. That's it. That's what. Yeah, that's this. Leanna says, FYI, I sharpened my scissors in preparation for this. I will not be that easily convinced. I am attached to my TBR, my want to read list. We will see how successful you end up being, Leanna. I like having choice. Variety is the spice of life. By the way, Ulysses being at the top of the list is making me laugh. Okay, so I actually returned that. So that's the first thing I'll get to delete off of here. It's not returned it. I sold it to my local used bookstore. Got a decent amount of money for that thing. I just haven't ever taken it off here. So guess what? I get to take it off. That's exciting. That'll be the first thing. Once we get into that, that'll be the first thing that I take off. So there you go. Leanna, starting out strong. Hi, Bonnie. A little late because I got distracted by nachos I made for dinner. That sounds like something that would be very distracting. Sounds delicious. I made there's this recipe that we've made pretty consistently. We haven't made it in years, not years, but like a year at least. But it's this polenta ricotta and then like shrimp, tomato, basil. It's all delicious. But yeah, I finally made that. So I made that. It was good. And then now I'm getting ready to business. Getting down to business. I'm going to be going through my series list and reading If It Makes You Happy. Yes, the 500 pages today. You have to finish that in 24 hours, right, Amanda? I have 28 minutes left, and I'm done with my 500-page book in one day. Oh, that's great! You're so talented. Let's see. I want a house full of pets. Oh, yeah. Um, it's lovely when they don't occasionally poop and pee on the carpet, which Jordans occasionally do, or when they start going on a barking rampage. You know, there's pros and cons. I need a job where I work with animals instead of people. Yeah, that is that's like with me and not ever having kids. Like I work with kids. And so now I'm even, when maybe a few years ago, I was like, I might regret never having kids. And now that I work with kids daily, I don't feel an ounce of sadness about never having kids, something that really bothered me a few years back. It doesn't bother me anymore. It's so funny. Leanna, snip, snip, snip. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I did a grocery order for sandwich supplies, so I don't have to cook today. I don't blame you. We finally went grocery shopping, and I have items that I want to cook. My new job, I don't get off of work until 6 p.m. And then so by the time I get home, and they feed us dinner there because we have dinner with the kids. And so like I don't really need to cook at night. But I don't have lunches at this point. In the last couple of days I've eaten out. That gets expensive. So my plan was to cook a lot more this weekend, cook some of the, recipes and then have them ready for me. And I cooked one, didn't cook more than that. So I gotta find time to do that this week. Um, yeah, I'm trying to get used to my new schedule. It's not my favorite schedule. It's permanent work, right? So just trying to be positive about that. See, but the animals usually come with people unless you're headed into the wild. That's true. Usually do. Well, humans are. It's true. See, Leanna, we are animals. So, we're just animals that talk a lot and have opinions. And I've already learned of some of the drama at my new job, and I'm already like, really, only 3 days in, and I'm learning about the workplace drama. People can be annoying. Let's put it that way. Not that my new coworkers are annoying. Just it's annoying that people have to have drama, is what I mean. But I haven't had any problems yet. Everybody's been really kind to me, so that's nice. I survived having a toddler. Being on carpets and being loud is nothing. That's true. That's true for sure. But you probably don't mind it not them. You probably don't mind them not being loud anymore and being on carpets. As a teacher, I could do without parents. Yeah, for sure. That was the part when I was originally thinking about being a teacher. That was the part that made me most nervous about becoming a teacher was the idea of having to deal with the parents. And I've definitely seen some parents be difficult already. Not with me, but like with other teachers and stuff. So I know how difficult parents can be. Okay, so we got to get started on this thing that I'm doing where I'm going to be going through let me see how many. Okay, so I'm gonna jump over to my Goodreads, so I won't be able to see the comments, but I will jump back and forth so that way, you guys don't think that I'm just not taking your thoughts into consideration at all. Okay, so I want to start with the date added. So I think when I go through this list, because I'm definitely going to need to do more than one of these sprints in order to go through. I mean, I've got 1,900, let me write that down, 1,957 want to read books. That's a goodly amount. Something I will never accomplish in my life. Since I started Goodreads, well, maybe not since I started, because I've read 775. Some of those I think I probably reviewed having read them when I was younger, like once I got Goodreads. So that's a good amount right there, 775. I've read that many books, not in my lifetime, but, in a good portion of my lifetime. It's impressive, if you ask me. Most normal readers don't read that many. Let's see. Makes me feel better about my 672. You know how quickly that 1672 can jump up to 1957, Brenna? Don't get too smug. Okay, so going by date added, because I want to go with the oldest that I put on my Goodreads. And, there's going to be a good portion of these at some point that are going to be nonfiction and that I added on here because at the time I was the leader of a nonfiction book club, and I wanted to have as many options for nonfiction as possible. I feel like I've gone through a lot of them and actually deleted the ones I wasn't interested in at all. But, there's probably still plenty on there that I'm not interested in that I would like to read. So keep that in mind, that might be an area where we can cut out quite a bit. Let's see. Yeah, I want to see how everybody's doing. Manny's I've got 387 and feeling pretty good about it now. You should. That's a good number. That's a good, not a ton of variety, as much variety as I have. A couple of days. Yeah, okay, maybe more than a couple, but I'll have to do a few of these TBR Sift and sprints. Let's see. I have 306 on my want to read. Yeah, see that? When I need to find the most niche book for a prompt, I typically can find it on my want to read list on Goodreads. I think the problem is I don't necessarily know what I have on my Goodreads, and so then, it would be nice to just get an idea of what I actually have on there as books I want to read, so that in the future I'll be more inclined to pick up some of those books that have been there for a long time, that on my want to read list for a good long time. Mine is 1339, but I was over 2,000 at one point, I think. I cleaned out mine. Okay. So there's hope for people like you and I. To be fair, I have a terrible memory, so I'll add a ton when I hear about them and may want to read them later. Yeah. And I don't necessarily lose hype, for books, like books on my physical shelves. There's definitely ones that I need to cull, and I've been doing that with my try a chapter and a coffee and whatnot. But if I was interested in reading a book 10 years ago, I may still be interested in reading it now. I don't lose the hype too much. Depends. Ulysses is an example of one that I definitely have no hype for at this point. And that was the first one I put on here. This one I owned, and I have gotten rid of it. So first things first, we're going to take this one already down to 1956. We'll get rid of that bad boy. Slowly, because my computer's slow. Okay. So Stardock is one that I have saved from my try a chapter, and it's one I'm going to read. I own it. I actually have plans for reading it sometime soon. That's not going anywhere. Sorry, y'all. We're not taking it down any lower now. Hello, how you doing? We're just getting started. I already deleted one off of my Goodreads list. I went from 1957 to 1956. Look at me. Look at me. I'm doing well completing series. That's good. That's good. Because how many do I have on that list? 90? Although, Amanda, how many do you have on your list? Series? As the Thursday Murder Club. Oh, that's the problem, though, because I have a lot of series that I've got to work on. And, yeah, I don't blame you on that because it's a great, well, at least I've read the first book was great. I'm constantly starting new series. Always. I'm constantly starting new series. I'm really, really tired. We moved this week and my cats are all out of whack for things. They have been screaming and playing up in the middle of the night, and one is now refusing to eat. Oh! Speaking of that, peeing and pooping on the carpet. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's rough. Moving is rough. It's a very stressful thing. Brenna says, I updated my ongoing series today, and I have 120 on the go. Yep, I understand that. I got at least 90 on mine, and I know I've started some since then. It's that's a hard thing. People who have their series, their series lists down to a really small number, I'm always impressed by. Okay, let's get back to my Goodreads. Okay, so I said Stardock. I'm keeping Children of the God. So The Sparrow by Mary Joy Russell is one of my all-time favorite books, although I want to reread it. Now, it's been quite a few years since I read The Sparrow. And I did the same thing with Shadow of the Wind recently. I reread that one and I love it just as much as I used to. So I want to reread The Sparrow. If I probably do want to read the second book in this series, and I own it, so I'm keeping that. Trojan Women by Euripides. Do I need to read that one? Why did I put that on here? I don't own it. Do I have to read it? Let's see what everybody says over on here. I have no clue what my number is. Yeah, it's an ever-growing number. When an author writes a good book, they have to keep making them series, so it's not our fault. We start so many. I know, it's unfair, right? It's really unfair. Amanda says, haha, my Goodreads want to read list is 1853. Oh, you're less than me. I'm going to go through those too. My series list is 484, which is stupid, so I'm deleting a bunch of those right now. Manny says snip. Leanna says snip. Is the Trojan Woman an important one that I should be reading when it comes to, what is it about? Trojan women. Oh, but it's about the women of Troy, as opposed to being about the men. Of course, it would have been performed by the men. Okay, I'll snip it, because I can always, if I really need to read it at some point, I can always read it in the future. Look at that. I'm going down. My mom's laughing over here. Okay, so Roosevelt Centurions, FDR and the Commanders, he led the victory. I don't need to read that. That was probably one of the Goodreads that I put on, not the Goodreads, nonfiction that I put on there for my book club, and at the moment I'm not feeling excited or interested in reading that. Leanna says watch a documentary. Yeah. So if I need to know about the Trojan women, I won't listen to Euripides. I'll watch a documentary. Okay, let's see. The War of the Worlds. Do I have to read The War of the Worlds? I really didn't like The Time Machine. What about 2001 Space Odyssey? I feel like I want to read some of these classic sci-fis. I do like to read classic stories, especially stories that have influenced so many other stories throughout time. But I didn't like The Time Machine. And a lot of people do, but I didn't like it. And 2001 Space Odyssey, am I interested in that? I don't know, you tell me. Oops. Just based on the cover of the Trojan Woman snippet, it just looks boring. No, cut it. So little time and so many books you actually want to read. I vote snip all classics. They're my least favorites. Yeah, that's not going to work for me. I shouldn't be telling you what to do with these. No. I stand by the War of the Worlds, I think. Okay. And Leanna says, I thought the War of the Worlds was better than Time Machine, but it's passable in my opinion. Okay. Maybe this says something about the War of the Worlds. I think I started listening to the original radio version at one point, and I just couldn't get into it, at least not at that time. And it could have been that it was like the time I was trying to read it. I was having a really hard time getting into it, so maybe that means I should snip it. And I also have 2001 on my TBR. I'm kind of interested in keeping 2001 Space Odyssey. It's also got a better average rating. I don't think there are books you need to read. Read books you think you will enjoy, even if it's monster smut. Agreed. Totally agreed. Absolutely. No, yeah, and that's why I got rid of Ulysses, because Ulysses was one of those books where I'm like, oh, I gotta read this. It's a great literary work, and I definitely dipped my toes into it once or twice and just couldn't. Writing it's extreme, and I don't hate what do you call it? Stream of consciousness, but it was like stream of consciousness / all these words I've made up, or all these. It was just. I was like, no, why am I forcing myself to do something that I keep dreading the thought of? So I don't want to dread the thought of any of the books on my TBR. So yeah, I agree with you. I try to read one classic a year, and even that's a struggle for me. I like classics, so I get that though, but I'm a classic fan. Another thing in their favor is that they're both quite short, so if you need to read a classic for a prompt, there you go. That's a good point. Okay, they're both, yeah, War of the Worlds is short. Is this one short too? I didn't know that. 97. Oh yeah, that is short. Okay, I'm gonna keep those two. I'm gonna keep those two. Yeah. Okay, Titus Grown by Mervyn Peake. I made Shell read this, not intentionally, but when she used to play my game, she ended up having to pick books, and I think I picked this one for her, or she ended up reading it, and she enjoyed it. She thought it was fun. So it's kind of like, it's a sci-fi fantasy, but it's also kind of comedic, and I think I might keep that one. Although, will I ever pick it up? That's always the question. Let's see. Classics and stream of consciousness. I would be snipping everything. It's a classic with stream of consciousness. The rewriting life. No, not going to lie. That would satisfy my desire for this to be the great TBR purge. Whatever. Yeah, no, it's not going to be the great TBR purge. I know you keep hoping. I know you keep hoping for that, Leanna, but it's the tentative sifting through my TBR. Tara's here. Hi, Tara. Okay, I think, let me see what Titus Grown's actually about, because Jill said she enjoyed it. What'd she give it? She doesn't give most books a high rating. Oh no, she only gave it 2 stars? You lied to me. 2 stars? I thought she enjoyed it more than she's lying. Starts with the birth and ends with the first birthday celebrations of heir to the grand tradition-bound castle of Gormenghast. A grand miasma of doom and foreboding weaves over the sterile rituals of the castle. Villainous Steerpike seeks to exploit the gaps between the formal rituals and the emotional needs of the ruling family for its own profit. Okay, that doesn't sound as exciting when I read the synopsis. Maybe I should just get rid of it. Should I just cut throat, get rid of it? I know that's what you want to see. Okay, since I kept War of the Worlds and Space Odyssey, I'll get rid of Titus Groan. Slowly. Okay, Roots is one I own, so I will keep that. I'll probably keep most of the ones I own on here, unless I own them and I've already gotten rid of them and I forgot to delete them off here. I'm going to probably keep the ones I own, and if I want to try them at some point, I will do a try a chapter in a coffee. Lord of Light by Roger Glasny. This one, I think I liked the cover of this one. No, that wasn't why. Why did I put this on here? Science fiction, I like science fiction. It's a Hugo Award winner. Nebula Award. Earth is long since dead. On a colony planet, abandoned men has gained control of technology, made themselves immortal, and now rule their world as the gods of the Hindu pantheon. Interesting. Only one of theirs oppose them. He who was once Siddhartha and is now. 1967. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna get rid of this one. Okay, wait, I forgot. Told me nothing. Agreed. Snip. I mean, they put grown in the title. That's true. Hugo Award for her kid. Yeah. Ooh, old sci-fi. Those can be very hit or miss. I know. That's what I'm like. This one's the Lord. It was a Hugo Award winner in 1969. It was also, it's a short book. Let's see what people say. I've got enough. I guess the only thing I'm also concerned is it's a white author. Granted, it was back in the 60s, writing about the Hindu pantheon. I've got enough winners for her yet. I've already fulfilled my winner. I think I'm going to get rid of this one. I'm not feeling very excited about it. I haven't really enjoyed any old sci-fi. I mean, I'm not saying keep it. I'm just saying that's a use if you want to keep it. I vote get rid of all the old stuff. Bye 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 bye. I try not to read books older than 1990. Okay, I snipped it, y'all. I snipped it. Okay, so where were we? King Arthur, Dark Age Warrior. I do love this one. Is nonfiction. I do tend to love like Arthurian legends and stuff like that. So I'm not getting rid of that one. That's a small, strange interest of mine. And then here's where we're getting into a lot of the nonfiction, but I love nonfiction and I love sci-fi nonfiction. So an entirely synthetic fish, how rainbow trout beguiled American over around the world. You're going to have a really hard time convincing me to get rid of any sci-fi, any science nonfiction. Ooh, keep and let's buddy read. Which one? The synthetic fish one? I'll buddy read in our theory. Okay, good. Let me write these down. Let me write these down somewhere. I got too much stuff all over the place. No, I don't want to write it down there. I'm going to write it down in... No. I want it to be somewhere I won't, lose it. Okay. Maybe this will push us to, actually get to some of these. Okay, I'll put buddy read possibility, future buddy reads. Amanda with King Arthur by John Matthews. And Leanna for... Okay. Okay. Yes. King Arthur, what are we doing? Cutting up yes. Basically, yes. So we're going through my TBR and deleting stuff that I don't absolutely need on it. Going through and seeing what I actually have on there, because I've been putting stuff on there since, when did this start? 2012. So I've been trying to clear it up a bit and then know what I have on there as well. You're keeping the trout book? That's such a Is that the one we're buddy reading, Leanna? Yep, Tara, this is the great TBR version. Hardly. Nice. Okay. Is that an entire nonfiction book about the type of fish? That's a thing? Oh, yeah, totally. Hashtag Amy's great TBR version. Whatever. I think any nonfiction book about an animal that appears slightly sciencey will be on Amy's. You're not wrong, especially if it's about fish. I'm loving this. I'm learning about all the things. That's, that's too funny. Okay, so let's look at it. This is the one you're going to buddy read with me, right, Leanna? The entirely. I can tell you all, there's plenty of books on here that are all about one animal, synthetic fish. Oh, look, that's only 288 pages too, Leanna. How Rainbow Tropic Called America. Oh, yeah, no, I'm excited about that one. I'm totally into it. Okay, let's see. That wins for best cover. It's so cute, isn't it? Okay. Demon Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark by Carl Sagan. I haven't read any Carl Sagan yet, but I feel like I need to as a science person / lover. Yeah. Demon Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark. Wait, what is that about? There's other Carl Sagan, so I want to read this one. How can we make intelligent decisions about our increasingly technology-driven lives if we don't understand the difference between the myths and pseudoscience and the testable hypotheses of science? Oh yeah, that sounds right up my alley. Okay, yeah, I mean, we should just skip through all these. I'm keeping them. Emerald Planet, How Plants Changed Earth's History. For sure. Totally keeping that one. Yeah, no, that sounds great. Oxygen, the molecule that made the world. That sounds amazing too. Microcosmos, 4 billion years of microbial evolution. Oh, this is so good. Why am I not reading these books? It's because it's so good. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? Haha, well, I'm here for it, but I was thinking the same as Amanda, King Arthur. Oh, you're gonna read, okay, King Arthur. All right, okay, putting that on there. I mean, I would read a nonfiction about a dog, but fish, she's gonna have you signed up for a random fish book when you want to read King Arthur. Sorry, Leanna. Oh, okay. I don't have whiteout, so I guess you're reading both the entirely synthetic fish with me and the King Arthur book, Leanna. That one sounds interesting and timely. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Have we even made it through the first 10 books yet? No, of course not. No, this is going to be a process. Ooh, keep all Sagan. I've been meaning to read anything of his forever. It's just I've been favoring newer science books. Yeah, I feel the same way. But I do like older science. So, like, I don't like classics. Sometimes I don't like classic sci-fi, but I like classic science nonfiction. LOL. Good thing I like science. Yes. yes. These books have been on this list for 13 years, and science has probably been disproven at this point. In my mind, these sound like textbooks. I would never trust my TBR from 13 years ago. That woman was totally different from who I am now. Maybe I don't change. Maybe I'm just like never improving, always the same person. It's like a weird DIY science class. I love it. Sorry. Okay. So, microcosmos, 4 billion years of microbial evolution. Here's the thing, though, when it comes to science, any nonfiction, if it gets a really low rating, I'm a lot less likely to be interested in it. So if we go through here and we see some nonfictions that have like a low rating, I tend to be more inclined to get rid of those. Let's see. Okay. Microcosmos, Mutants on Genetic Variety in the Human Body. Totally digging that. I don't know. Let's see. That one sounds. That's genetics, though. I think. it sounds like something I'd be interested in. The Secret Life of Lobsters, how fishermen and scientists are unraveling the mysteries of our favorite crustacean. That sounds great. I've heard really good things about the Secret Life of wombats. American Plague, the untold story of yellow fever. That sounds great. Our Inner Fish, a journey into the 3.5 billion year history of the human body. Totally, that's one I've heard of and I'm interested in reading. Eels are very mysterious. So this one sounds like a really fun and interesting one. Yeah, look, Amanda, I've made it through 18. A Gap in Nature, discovering the world's extinct animals. Definitely keeping that one. Parasite Rex. I've read most of this book, but I didn't get a chance to finish it at the time that I was reading it. I definitely reread this one. And I was really enjoying what I had read of it when I started reading it. Let's see, what are y'all saying? I mean, the Oxygen book sounds good, but I'd have to have that on audio because I'd fall right to sleep if I tried reading with my eyes. If they're a good nonfiction writer, then it shouldn't be that way. 2003, yeah, not worth keeping. Which one? I don't know if that's not necessarily true. There's got to be so much more new info since 2003. Sure. No, I don't necessarily think that's always true with science. I mean, it's true that there's definitely new information, but that doesn't mean the old information is completely worth throwing away. Look at me. I'm like trying to keep all my science nonfiction. I need to even Google what a wombat is. I'm thinking weird small marsupial. Yeah, they are. They're cute. They're not that little. They're pretty. They can be pretty big. Lobsters. Yes, lobsters. I feel like August 11, 2012 was a unique day. This is when I was in school. Or no, going into school no, this is when I first started taking science courses when I was in community college, I think. Microbes and genetics, I would start to question everything. I prefer to live in make-believe. It's true. It's smart, actually. You don't read about microbes and genetics because you will be disturbed. The one about mutations. Yeah, it sounds fascinating. I agree. That's more than 20 years ago. Which one? Which one? I don't think I agree. How'd you even know? 2003. Oh, what was that? What did I look at? This one? The 2003 one? Oh, come on, computer. Why are you being so slow? Oh, yeah. Okay, so that might... Okay, the one about mutations. Okay, so I can keep all my other ones. I'll get rid of that one, okay? That's probably the one I'm least interested in of these. So there. I'm not going to look at the dates of the other one. When those are published, I'm not going to do it. Hi, Jean. We are looking at my want to read list on Goodreads and clearing up some of it. Everybody has opinions. And I started at 1957. I'm now at 1951. Six down. If it's older than 20 years, it's considered historical. So maybe I like historical nonfiction. The Mutations one is from 2003. Oh, okay. Got it. All right, I got rid of it. Give us that. Okay, I gave it to you. You can keep all your weird animals, yes. We have probably mutated more since then with all our phones constantly. Oh, for sure. I can't wait to see, well, we won't see it probably in our lifetime, but to see the consequences of that. Secret Lives of Lobsters was probably written by a pirate from 1890s. And Leanna's having too much fun with this. Okay, let's see. Where were we? We were at the American Plague, the Inner Fish, Eels, A Gap in Nature. Okay, the Pluto Files. See, now here is what's so sad. The Pluto Files. I was raised with Pluto being a planet. I know that it's what is it now? The planet. What do they call them? The baby planets. It's not a full-grown planet anymore. It's not part of our. It's part of our solar system, but it's not its own planet. It is, that's hard to be taught that from your childhood. It's ingrained. Some of the lessons you learn in your young years are some of the most lessons that stick with you forever. And then we were taught that Pluto was not a planet. It was really, really disappointing. It was really sad. 2008. Do I need to keep this? Is it more? Am I keeping this more because I'm like, Pluto was a planet? No, I think that sounds cute. That's like nostalgic. Dwarf planet. Let's see. Oh. Pluto is a dwarf planet. Yeah. Dwarf. Yep, it's a dwarf planet. Poor Pluto. I know. I have a bookmark that says Pluto never forget. I feel like big science could let us have Pluto as a planet. Who's it hurting really? Yeah. And you know what? These are all just classifications, right? These are all classifications that people have come up with themselves. So they can just let us have it because they've already determined that it's not, like they get to choose that it's not a planet to begin with. Like that's semantics. Like it's something that, like it's still considered a planet in New Mexico because Tomba was from New Mexico. Beep. What's Tomba? Should I know that? Should I know? Tell me, Leanna. Give me the science. I know I've heard that name before, but you're gonna have to teach me. I was gonna look it up myself, but then I would really get off topic. Okay, I'll keep it then. Mapping the Deep: The Extraordinary Story of Ocean Science. That sounds fantastic. How long is that one? Oh, I shouldn't be looking at these because then don't look at the date. Don't look at the date. Look at the date. Mapping. Okay, a fish caught in time. The search for the coelacanth. Oh, I want to learn that. That's great because that's like the one of the first times we realized that there are living fossils. Fantastic. Samantha, when did you write this? Oh, geez, when I finished high school. Yikes. Okay, I don't even want to look and see what you guys are saying. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured from when he discovered it. I'd say when he discovered it. Yeah, that's what I figured. I just wasn't positive, and I didn't want to like pretend like I knew and I didn't. You know what I mean? When I was a kid, they taught us to remember the order of the planet with saying, "My very eager mother just served us 9 pizzas." Then they take away the pizzas. I know. What'd she serve us? She served us nothing but space, nothing but the depths of space. It's really sad. Reading Mapping the Deep with Mira Grant underwater book. Compare them in a video. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So, The Drowning Deep and Mapping the Deep. I should read those together. That's a cool idea for a video. Let me write that down. I think that's a good idea. It's a good idea, but I don't think anybody wants to watch that. Isn't the orange one a living fossil? Oh. I see what you're saying. All of this fish porn is too much for you, YouTube. I like fish. I've always liked fish. But yeah, I don't want to think about that. Nachos. Yeah. It's so sad. No. Pressing. I don't want to think about that. Okay. Genome, the autobiography of a species in 23 chapters. I've heard good things about this book, and I was really interested in genetics. And it's hard to not be into biology and not be interested in genetics because it's a big part of biology, and evolution and all that fun stuff. So The Origin of Species, I've read part of it. I read most of it when I was in school, and then after school too. I definitely got to keep that. It's classic for the little biologist that I am. Cosmos by Carl Sagan. I need to read that one. That's such a good, well-known one. Aesop's Fables. Now we're getting out of the science, sci-fi, science nonfiction. Oh, I guess maybe since we're getting out of the science nonfiction, maybe we should go into a sprint. So we're currently at 24. Write that down so I don't forget. But if we don't go into sprint now, we'll never go into sprints. We gotta sprints also. I like big fish and I'm having too much fun. Okay. I think we should go for a sprint. I'm not going to take my Goodreads page down because I had a heck of a time getting both my StreamYard work with pulling up the link for the Goodreads because my computer is just getting old and tired. So I'm going to leave it up during the sprint. Amanda says 28 minutes to finish my book. I'm ready to sprint. Ooh, I didn't have Cosmos on my TBR. I'm adding it. You're welcome. I'm glad that my purging, sifting through my TBR is helping to increase other people's TBRs. Oh, that's good. That's writing reviews is never fun. But I'm glad you're doing it, Jean. It's important to do. Okay, let's do 30 minutes. Oh, let's do 40 minutes and sprint till the half hour. Ooh, there's an eagle just flying right in front of my house. We'll go to the half hour mark. Let's see, edit, sprint until 30, because that's what's already saved up on my banner. Okay, let's see, leave it up so I can think of reasons for snip. should I down a little bit so that's ones we haven't actually, it's only ones we haven't talked about yet? Oh, come on. Ugh. Here, I gotta do it with the little thingy. There we go. Okay, it's all the ones that we haven't talked about yet. Let's see. I'm halfway through an arc called A Murder in Disguise. Dude, that sounds fun. A murder. The murder was disguised, I guess. Okay. Happy reading, everyone. I hope you're having fun. I'm excited to get into the Golden Fool. And see you at 30-minute mark. Well, the 30-minute mark, but half the hour. All right. Happy reading. Welcome back, everyone. We're back. Let's see. How did everybody's reading go? I am almost to, let's see, I've got a few more pages left. Be at I only got like 4 pages left for the reading that I have to do today for Golden Fool. And it's so good. It's so good. I've gotten to the point where it's so good that I have a hard time, like I keep reading more than I'm supposed to each day, which is fine. But then I don't really get any other stuff read. So I'm trying to like stick with my number of pages per day, even though some days I'm not successful. But yeah, I'm almost done with the number of pages that I need to read for today. And then I've decided I'm going to start Undeath on the High Seas. This is my zombie book for kid. Well, it's also on my TBR for the month. But yeah, it's my zombie book. I think this will be a fun seasonal read. I had started Drive Your Plow into the Bones of the Dead by Olga Tokarczuk, and ever since I started this new job past week, I haven't been able to like handle much brain. My brain hasn't been able to handle much outside, stressed about the new job and all the changes that were happening. And then the new job starts and it's a whole bunch of stuff for my brain to take in. And I just been having a hard time trying to read something that requires a lot of like a lot more thought. And Olga's writing does require a lot more thought. So I kind of put that down for now, temporarily, and picked up, focused a lot on the Golden Fool because I was having such a fun time reading it. And then now, Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping, I picked this one up because I figured, I can finish that book off and it'll be an easy read for my brain. And it has been. So I'm hoping that this one, I think it shouldn't be too difficult of a read. Undeath on the High Seas. It's basically zombies on a cruise ship. This one should hopefully be a fairly easy read for me to get through. That's my next. Once I finish my reading for the day, then I'll work on this. Okay, let's see what everybody has to say. Jean says, she's looking at my next set of books to go through. You should keep Prince and the Pauper by Mark Twain that you could use for your students. Definitely like having books that are good for references, especially not references, but I mean like reference literature that has happened since then. Yeah, so I totally get that. Hello, hi Tracy. I'm out walking at dusk. Oh, that sounds lovely. And listening to Calabasas. How are you enjoying that so far? Are you enjoying it? I'm want to read that one. Done with my 512 page book in one day for Herkid. One prompt in Herkid 2. Yes, the Herkid first round prompt you do. In Herkid 2, we've got one challenge where you have to read a prompt from the first version of Herkid. It was a new fall season, slow burn romance, single dad, small town, If It Makes You Happy by Julia Olivia. I hope you enjoyed it. I do have that on my list, on my Goodreads list of books that I want to read. And Leanna's cheering for you. That was on my TBR Amanda, but it's a 500. I know, I was thinking the same thing about it being a romance and being over 500 pages. Yeah, that's hard. Because yeah, I haven't had the best of luck with romances that were that long. Have I? I read The Wall of Winnipeg, and I didn't love that at all, and that was over 500 pages. That was on my TBR. Oh, yeah, yeah, exactly. Yep, but it's worth it, and it's a fast read. Okay, that's good to hear. Joined after the start of the sprint, but I'm making good progress on my book, Not the Witch You Wed by April Asher. That sounds cute. Not the Witch You Wed. I'm not going to add another book to my Goodreads because that would defeat the purpose of what we're doing here. I read 2 chapters. Good job! Yes, it's a full-time job. It's a permanent position, and I'm getting used to it. I don't know how it's not what I was hoping for initially when I was getting in a permanent position with teaching, but it's still going to be a great position for me. I'm having to make the shift mentally, and it's taking a little longer than I thought it would. And I don't fully have a grasp of my job yet. And so, after this first week, there's a lot of stuff that I don't know yet. And some of the information is stuff that I have to gain through my contacts and stuff within the job. And so it's like, I don't even have a list of all the kids I'm supposed to work with. And I asked the director, I'm like, so I don't have a list of the kids. So I have to try and get that through the school districts. And it's just kind of like, okay, I'm just setting things up right now. And I'm not into my normal schedule, what my schedule is going to look like. So I really won't know the extent of the job until I'm actually really doing the extent of the work. I'm reading Savage Blooms. Only 8. Oh, you're close, Brenna. Very close. I'll be reading my zombie book this week too, but I'm reading a zom rom-com. That's cute. That sounds really cute. Wait, no, it's not the name of it, right? Or is it the name of it? A zom rom-com? Where's my phone? What did I do with my phone? I can't look things up when I don't have it. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. What did I do with my phone? That's weird. Oh, there it is. I put it down here. That is the name. Okay. Sounds cute. Okay, let's see. That's one I've scheduled for that prompt too. Okay, I gotta look it up again. A Zom rom-com. Oh, come on. A Zom rom-com. Did this lot 23 a Zom? That one? A Zom rom-com? It says lot 23 a Zom rom-com. A zombie romantic comedy. No, that's not it. Huh. I wonder why it's not coming up. Oh, there it is by Olivia Dade. Oh, that's a cute cover too. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Oh, that sounds so cute. Okay. People don't really like Olivia Dade, do they? Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying her books get really low ratings. I enjoyed what I read by Olivia Dade. It wasn't my favorite stuff, but it wasn't like, considering how low the ratings are. Let's see. I didn't like The Wall of Winnipeg either. It was just meh. Yeah, it was slow burn. It's so slow burn that nothing happens until like you flick 20 pages to the ending, and then the actual smut scene was icky. It wasn't sexy to me at all. Didn't work for me. It probably works for other people, but it didn't work for me. That is the name. Yes. Okay. Thank you. And I already saw that. I grew up in Winnipeg and have been unsure if I want to try that book. A lot of people like Mariana Zapata. I don't know that she is a romance author for me. No, Olivia Dade. Right. It's by, cool. It looks cute. I hope you enjoy it. It sounds cute. Okay, let's get on over to my Goodreads list. Aesop Fables. Do I need to read Aesop's Fables? It probably is a good thing. I mean, because I'm probably going to keep that. I'm going to keep that. Yeah, I'm going to keep that. As a teacher and stuff, I think it ties back to books it ties back to other stories that, keep the fables. Okay, cool. The Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. I also love Robin Hood. So I'm keeping that one. The Three Musketeers by Alexander Dumas. I probably will be reading that one. The Prince and the Pauper. I'm going to keep that one. The Jungle Book. I've heard not great things about the Jungle Book. I'm thinking that might be one I might be okay getting rid of. Tell me if you think differently. I feel like the average date of publication on your list is like ooh, we should put the publication dates on there. Let's see. We'll go up here and we'll do settings. Date published. Okay, let's see. So there's the date published. 2000, 1999, 1898. Okay, let's go down. Ooh. 1986? Eesh. Oh, maybe I should get rid of that one. It's got really high rating, though. Not very many readers. No, I'm not getting rid of it. Not. Where'd it go? It got rid of my settings. That's dumb. Okay, try again. I mean, every time I go out, I have to go back in and do that? That's lame. Ooh, this one's minus 560. 1883, 1844, 1881, 1894. Let's see. But just watch the movie. I love the movie Jungle Book. Also heard the Jungle Book's hard to get through. Okay. Ooh, a couple from this millennium. Okay, I'm getting rid of the Jungle Book. I don't feel bad about that. The Monstrumologist. I think my friend was interested in this one. Oh, see, it gets rid of the publication. Why can't that just stay? Can I just stay? How do I make it stay? Shelf settings, customize. Ooh, how do I do that? There we go. Okay, sorry, I'm getting like lower because I'm trying to my not so great eyes. Now I think that every time I look up want to read or this shelf and the date published should stay. Excuse me. Okay, the Monstrumologist. What is this about? I feel like my friend had talked about this one. It just looked like a really cool cover. Look at that. It looks like a cool cover. These are secrets I have kept. Horror, adult, young adult. I do like young. These are the secrets I have kept. This is the trust I never betrayed. He is dead now and has been for more than 40 years. The one who saved me and the one. Hey, no, Marley, we're not doing that. Hey, Marley, do not start. Don't start. Don't start. Because then it'll just all. So starts the diary of Will Henry, orphaned assistant to Dr. Eleanor Worthrop, a man with the most unusual specialty, monstrumology, the study of monsters. In his time with the doctor, Will has met many a mysterious late-night visitor and seen things he's never imagined were real. But when a grave robber comes calling in the middle of the night with a gruesome find, he brings with him their most deadly case yet. Kind of sounds fun. I think that sounds fun. Let's see. Oh, wait. And open another tab when you want a closer look. Oh, okay. I'll do that. I tried reading The Three Musketeers, but could not get into it. The Count of Monte Cristo, though, is a Dumas I would recommend. Okay, so Three Musketeers, not so great. I think I should take it off my thing. Don't, stop. Missy, you are not a big bad dog. Marley thinks she's a big bad dog. I'm in chapter 5 of Cannabis, so 15%. I don't have a strong opinion yet. I do occasionally want to Google people mentioned like I do that all the time when I read books like this. But I don't feel like I need to know everything. I do love looking up like real life, like all the history and stuff like that, even when it's a fiction. I like Rick Yancey's writing, but I haven't read that one yet. Yeah. You might want to see some of those books are still being published. That's a good point. Your dog isn't called Marley. No, she isn't. This is Jordan's dog. And she starts them barking, and then they all start barking, and then there's just a whole bunch of barking. So I tell Marley that and then I give her the look. I give her the look, and she looks at me. She's like, oh, and I'm like, nope. And she looks at me, and she goes, oh. Count of Monte Cristo. Yeah. I haven't read anything by Dumas yet, but I want to. How much do I want to read? Okay, let's go back. Okay, so she said right click. You said right click, open a new tab. Okay, so I think I'm going to keep the Monstrumologist because that sounds fun. Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. I feel like that's a classic that I should read at some point. First, okay, the most famous of Dumas' historical novels. I know that people love Count of Monte Cristo. Swashbuckling epic chronicles the adventures of D'Artagnan, a brash young man from the countryside who journeys to Paris in 1625, hoping to become a musketeer. I think that sounds fun. I'm gonna have to try it. I'm gonna have to try it, and then I can decide later that I'm like, I can maybe, like you, Leanna, decide, nah, I'm not gonna read it. Let's see, Divine Comedy. I do want to read that eventually. I'm going to keep those two. Ooh, 1320. That's going to bring my average down. Culinary Crime. Parallel Worlds. A Journey Through Creation, Higher Dimensions, and the Future of the Cosmos. I have read one book that I really liked by Michio Kaku. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Sorry. Now it makes me go through it again. Let's open that in a different link. New tab. I should know these things, and I do technically know these things, but then I forget to do it. I read, which I love, The Future of the Mind. I think I gave it 5 stars. I read Einstein's Cosmos. I gave that 5 stars. I read The Future of the Mind. I didn't love it quite as much. So do I really? What do I want to read? I don't know. It's an author I liked in the past. You're so funny. No, they weren't in cave walls in 1320. That was like way further back. Way further back. Okay, let's see. I don't know. I'm not as excited about this right now, so maybe I'll get rid of that one because I've kept so many other science nonfictions. This one doesn't thrill me quite as much as some of the other ones do. Let's go with that. Look at, I'm getting rid of one. Okay, The Botany of Desire, A Plant-Eye's View of the World. That sounds fantastic. Michael Pollan, I read The Omnivore's Dilemma by him, and I really liked it. Plant's Eye View of the World. That was a long time ago that I read that. I'm sure that this information is probably also outdated because this was 2001. Kraken, the curious, exciting, and another one of my sea creatures, individual animal that the book is all about. Definitely keeping that one. I was deleting books from my TBR while listening to my audiobook, and I already knocked off 100. Wow! That's great. I'm not even... What did I knock off, like 6? Let's see. Oh, more than 6 now? I've knocked off 8. Hey, look at me go. Something. Okay, am I keeping this? Yeah, I'm going to keep that. Am I keeping this? I'm definitely keeping that. Magic Mountain. I've heard about this one. This is a quite famous classic that I've heard people say really good things about it. Let's see, what is it actually about? Sanatorium in the Swiss Alps, a community devoted exclusively to sickness as a microcosm for Europe, which in the years before 1914 was already exhibiting the first symptom of its own terminal irrationality. Oh. That sounds fascinating. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably keep that one. Magic Mike in a book? No. Maybe. Oh wait, what was this? They were from more than 10 years ago. My reading taste has changed a lot since then. I guess mine hasn't. Margaret! Oh, sorry, I misheard as I was coming back in the room. Oh, thank you. Magic Mike! Yeah, no, we're talking about books on my list that I have had on here I added this in 2012. And going back through my want to read list because I have 1,949 on here. And so I'm going back through and clearing things out that I absolutely don't need. But, I'm hard to convince. And a lot of these I'm thinking I'm going to keep. So just looking through these. So Magic Mountain, not Magic Mike. So, yeah, there's quite a difference between those two things. Ancient history. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Feathers, the evolution of a natural miracle. Definitely keeping that one. I wish when we're looking at these science nonfictions, I'm regretting putting your publication on here because now you're guys going to be more judgy again about that. I have liked David Quammen's writing, The Song of the Dodo, definitely keeping that one. Should I have more than one book about extinct animals on here? Probably not, but I'm keeping it. I feel like I should eventually at some point read Moby Dick. I know that a lot of people have very mixed opinions on this. Some people really like it. Some people have hated it. And I think that's one that I go back and forth on. Thoughts? Opinions? LOL, very different vibe. Definitely. Definitely a very different vibe. Magic Mountain versus Magic Mike. Calling Me Home. This is a book that I own. I will definitely keep that. The Despairing Spoon by Sam Keene. I own this one as well. And I think I've read a good portion of this one. I really liked it. So I'm keeping that. I feel like Wind in the Willows is on my scratch board. So I'm keeping that. Let's see. You can read those old nonfictions if you want. Just don't think we won't say something if you do review and call the Wombat book a new book you've read. I mean, new to me. I have never had any interest in Moby Dick, but that's just me. Why Moby Dick? Just say you did it? Well, you clearly see that I like ocean creatures. This is not a accurate representation of ocean creatures. I know it's a horrifying time within the history of ocean creatures, but it's also supposed to have a lot of literary merit and philosophical content, right? I don't know. I feel like that Moby Dick especially is one I've gone back and forth on. The Wombat might be the next 5 hearts. Yes, I might get everybody to read about the wombats. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's one that I've had a hard time taking. Like, I didn't have a hard time taking Ulysses off my list, but Moby Dick for some reason I have a harder time taking off my list. Read The Old Man and the Sea instead. Yeah, I think reading Moby Dick for the whale is like reading certain magazines. Oh, for sure. No, I'm not reading it for the whale. I'm not reading it because I like animal creatures. I liked The Old Man and the Sea. It was okay. And Manny hated The Old Man and the Sea. It's Hemingway, right? Right? Old Man and the Sea is Hemingway? Am I wrong? I'm going to leave it for now. But if anybody has any arguments, like really strong arguments, let me know and I'll delete it. Maybe. Metamorphosis by Ovid. Do I need to read this? A sensuous and witty poem. This is an accessible translation. I like accessible. Dazzling array of mythological tales ingeniously linked by... I wish I liked mythology more than I think I do. I think the thing is, when I read mythology adaptations, not adaptations. What's the word I'm not thinking of right now? Not adaptations, but when you create... I always want to know the original story. I always want to know the original myth. And so I keep these mythology books on here because I'm like, well, I always want to go back and read the original, or at least understand the original story. But then I don't ever find that I enjoy the original myths as much as I want to. You know what I mean? Manny said, and I read it twice, once in high school and then again last year. Wow. Okay. Yeah, the ending was infuriating. Yes, Hemingway. Oh, so the ending of Old Man and the Sea is infuriating. I like that. Metamorphosis by Kafka is the OG. I am interested in Metamorphosis by Kafka for sure. I'm interested in that one. But this is the old one. This is the OG. The OG. This is from year 8. Year 8. Let's see. Moby Dick works for the Hercules 700-page book. Ooh. Is it on my scratch board? That's the question. Okay, that's the question. Ulysses is on the scratch board. I got rid of Ulysses and it's on the scratch board. How am I going to deal with those books? Moby Dick is on here. How am I going to deal with those books like Ulysses on this scratch board? So is The Old Man on the Sea. The Old Man on the Sea is on here too.
Read the abridged.
The abridged, yeah. I'll read the synopses. How's that sound? That means that I have to read Ulysses if I want to complete this. I don't want to read Ulysses. It's a good thing I didn't get rid of the wind and the willows. That's on here too. Yeah, the time machine's on here. Oh, I get to scratch that off because I've read it. I haven't done that. So is the War of the Worlds. So good thing I didn't get rid of that one. I want to put Ulysses back on here. I already sold my book. Okay, let's see. We were traumatized by having to read Metamorphosis by Kafka in high school as well. Year 8 is hilarious. Year 8? The people in the New Testament. Guess what? When you ask for reader recommendations, now we are all going to say Moby Dick. Oh no! And I'm going to have to read it. Especially because I left it on my thing. The Old Man of the Sea is at least short. Point. We're reading it as a bedtime story. I'm going to read it to you. How's that sound? We'll have the Moby Dick reading hour with Amy, and I'll just sit here and read Moby Dick to you. That's what happens if you vote for it in the as a review recommendation. You can wear the unscratched squares like a badge of honor. That's true. I can be like, these are ones that I will not be reading. Like I'm not reading that on purpose. That's true. That's true. There's literally a scratch board of books I will never read. Probably this one. It's in the public domain. I'd love to do a live stream read along. I'll read part of it live on your channel. Okay, let's do it. Does that copy of it have footnotes? I would want to have some context included by historians and our classicists. Hey, thanks, Tracy, for bringing us back to the point of what we're doing at this point. Same. That's why I don't want to buy those. Like even little notes about translation choices that were made. That's a very good question. Let's look. This has an introduction by Dennis Feeney. If I were to read this, I would look for a copy that has that. I might keep it just because I do really like to know the original stories. Narwhals, one of my favorite sea creatures. Not my favorite. My favorite sea creatures are nudibranchs, but I'm definitely keeping that one. Blood of Tyrants, George Washington, the Forging of the Presidency. Yeah, no, I'm over that. Not that I don't love the history, but I've got a lot of other. You'll see in the future, I have a ton of other history that I'd rather read on here. I'm a lot more discerning of other types of nonfiction than I am of science nonfiction. Wonderful Life, The Burgess Shale, and the Nature of History. That was written in 1989. Gosh, that sounds good, though. Penguin Classics usually that's good. Snip White Fang unless you want to cry. I like crying. Didn't you see me start getting teared up with the Golden Fool? I feel like I have read White Fang in the past, or one of the other books by him. I had to read a public domain book for the 52 book club year. For the 52 book club this year, I read Anne of Green Gables. It was cute. That was enough classics for me, though. Yeah, a lot of people love Anne of Green Gables. I started it, and I didn't get very far in it. And I think Anne was a little annoying at first. But I didn't get very far, so. Next recommendation. Here ranking Amy's favorite underwater creature. I love that idea. I think I might lose some followers. Maybe you could try a chapter or section and see if you like it okay, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay, so I'm keeping it. That just means I gotta keep it on here for now until I do that. No to White Fang. Go. Wait, go? No to White Fang. Meaning get rid of it? It's not a good cry. Oh. I'm going to take an axolotl to your TBR. Oh, they're so cute. Anna's precocious, otherwise known as annoying. Yeah. And it's such a Canadian classic. Okay, wait. What do you mean by this? No to White Fang go? Meaning no. Oh, I meant get rid of it. Get rid of White Fang. Oh, really? I don't know. I think I'm going to like it. I've read other Jack London. What else did I read by Jack London? White Fang's such a classic, though. Call of the Wild, that's what I read. Okay, I really liked Call of the Wild. So, Leanna, if we're comparing Call of the Wild to White Fang, what did I give Call of the Wild? I guess I gave it a straight 4 stars. So if I liked Call of the Wild, will I like White Fang? Knowing that I liked Call of the Wild, I still say I should get rid of White Fang. Okay, well, I hated Call of the Wild, so maybe keep White Fang. No, that's cheating. Shame on you. Both are big no's for me. Okay, then I'm going to keep White Fang. Good to know. The Forest Unseen, A Year's Watch in Nature. That sounds amazing. War and Peace. I hear great things about War and Peace. I'm going to keep that one. Tell me I'm wrong. I mean, I've heard definitely people say they hate War and Peace, but I've also heard really good things about War and Peace. I think I'm going to keep it. How long is it? Oh, that is a big book. That's a big, big, big book. 1,392 pages. Who is saying great things about War and Peace? Old English professors? Wait, no, let's see. I mean, should I, out my friends on Goodreads? Probably not, right? I've seen booktubers say they liked War and Peace. I follow. Is he pantless? Magic Mike on the cover. Let's go look again. It kind of looks like it, but I think he's got tighty whitey pants on. That's really not flattering, is it? Oh, dude, not looking so good. Not looking so good. Is this pure Bezukov? Bezukov? Let's see, War and Peace sounds like a punishment. I started War and Peace 12 years ago, but I think I was too young to appreciate it. Ooh, hot. I'm keeping it. Definitely keeping Frankenstein. I'm still surprised I haven't read this one yet. Count of Monte Cristo, you guys have already convinced me to keep this one. Another nonfiction, The Barbary Coast, an informal history. Oh, totally. Of the San Francisco underworld. I love books that are about the Bay Area, San Francisco, because that's where I grew up, and this sounds like a fun one. Seedy side of the history. I'm keeping that one. The Canterbury Tales. I actually really liked what I've read of the Canterbury Tales. I read parts of it, sections of it in my class. I took a class called The Art of the Uncanny when I was in Texas and when I went to UT, and it was a really fun class. And we read parts of the Canterbury Tales, and I really liked the parts that I read. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I might keep it because I still want to read the rest of it. They hadn't invented enough colors yet. It's ridiculous. I love it. If I'm reading 1,300 pages, it'll be Brandon Sanderson. That's probably smarter than me. Me too. Got to read Frankenstein. Yeah. Danny, I'll put that on the list of buddy reads. We eventually have to read Frankenstein. I'm going to put you already, whether you decided to, Frankenstein. I'm just assigning buddy reads now. I'm not like I actually have time to do any buddy reads either. I read Canterbury Tales in university. That's where I read it, and it was fun to talk about it, but I actually really liked parts of it. Canterbury Tales are good, but if you read parts of it, you probably read the best stories. You're probably right. You're probably absolutely right. Okay. I'm still going to read it. I'm still going to keep it. I want to revisit it. Cat's Cradle by Kurt Vonnegut. I do want to read more by Kurt Vonnegut. I really liked Slaughterhouse 5, right? I want to read more. Do I need? I don't know. Well, I don't know which ones I'm actually really interested in. I own Bluebeard, I think, of his. Do I own any other ones? I don't think I own this one. Maybe I should not put the ones I don't own on here. One of the founding fathers of the atomic bomb has left a deadly legacy to the world, for he's the inventor of iodine, a lethal chemical capable of freezing the entire planet. The search for its whereabouts leads to... Oh, that sounds fun. Actually, not fun. Not fun. You know what I mean by fun. Like, not fun, but... I'm totally down to read the Wombat book if it is. Amanda, I'm going to put you on for the Wombat book. As long as it's not out of publication. Perfect. I don't know if you're going to get an audiobook for that, Amanda. You've been voluntold. That's right. That's absolutely right. Yeah. Apparently, Leanna was voluntold to read the entirely synthetic fish with me as well. I'm not convinced this list doesn't have the original 10 Commandments slates on it. The actual slates. And I have the Pyrus rolls on here as well. Oh, I love that. Okay, wait. I can't look at my list if I keep laughing at you. Okay, I'm keeping this one. And I'm gonna make some like eyes at you. In Cold Blood by Truman Capote. I do want to read that. I do want to read that one at some point. I feel like that's another classic. But this is more like classic true crime. And then Middlesex, I own that one. I'm keeping the ones I own. I do want to read it. I own that as well. Under the Banner of Heaven, a story of violent faith. I've heard this one by John Krakauer is really good. There's other John Krakauer I think I'm more interested in. This one has always, and I've known quite a few people who liked this one. Thoughts? I'm assuming it's a picture book. How else will we see everything about the wombat? There is a good wombat picture book, actually. That I've read to kids before. It's really cute. Middlesex is so good. Yes, I'm hoping to read that one for Herkett, actually, at some point. I'll read any Stephen King with you. Okay, that sounds great. I can't believe I haven't read It. And I haven't even seen any of the It movies. I kind of now, since I want to read the book, I kind of want to wait to watch the movies until I read the book. Middlesex works for Herkett. Exactly. Yeah, perfect. Any thoughts on Under the Banner of Heaven? I've heard good things about this one. And I haven't read anything. Have I read anything by John Krakauer? I mean, I definitely want to read this one, Into the Wild, and Into Thin Air. Let's see. This one sounds good. Messiah. It's about cults. Who doesn't love books about cults? I know I do. That sounds weird. I do like David Sedaris, but I warn everyone that his work can be very crude. Yeah, I've been keeping that one on there because I feel like at some point in my life I would like to read at least one David Sedaris, and I've never read anything by David Sedaris. There is a Christmas book that I've thought about, of his, that I've thought about putting on my Advent calendar challenge, just because I feel like at some point I want to read David Sedaris. And so I haven't got rid of any of his books. I have put on my want to read, just because I'm like, one of these days I got to read something by Sedaris. I know everybody has very strong opinions on his writing, especially now, because, a lot of his older writing, especially, like you said, is very crude. No idea about that one. Under the Banner of Heaven. I read Into the Wild, but I bought Under the Banner of Heaven and I didn't read it. I do, yeah, it's cultish. I love David Sedaris. I'd like to read Under the Banner of Heaven. Okay, maybe we'll read that. Amanda, all these books we've got. All right. Look, we got that one to buddy read together, too. I read 2 of his. He does the audio narration. I love it. David Sedaris? I can see. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Maybe I'll have to listen to it as an audiobook. That's a good point. Ooh, Sophie's World. I'd forgotten about that book. I haven't got there yet. Hold on one second. You're going too fast for me. I have to. Okay. You're going to need a spreadsheet for all those buddy reads. I know. It's a problem. Okay. Let's see. Let me get back to my list. Okay, Me Talk Pretty One Day. That's one of his more well-known, I think, or one of his better, more highly discussed books too. So I definitely want to keep that one. I'm keeping Under the Banner of Heaven. Giver I Own. Fault in Our Stars. I feel like that is one that I really liked. What's that one I read by John Green that I really liked? Turtles All the Way Down. I really love Turtles All the Way Down. And I feel like The Fault in Our Stars, I would keep it on here because I feel like it's one of those classic YAs. Now we're getting, classics. I apparently just love classics. So it's not only a classic, I like classics, but I also like classic YAs. Let's see. That's it. Okay. That's what I've heard. That's the one I was thinking of. Holidays on Ice. Green doesn't like Sedaris. Yeah, I know that questionable. I know that Sedaris is questionable, especially, just very strong topics and different things like that. Listen to Him narrate his Macy's Christmas Santa one. It's a holidays. Yes, that's the one I was thinking about for my Advent Calendar Challenge. Just because I like to put something different in my Advent Calendar Challenge sometimes, some random stuff. The Fault in Our Stars is where I chose my Her Kid quote from. Oh, that's cool. Agreed about The Fault in Our Stars. Oh, good. I'm glad you guys agree. My daughter made me read it, and I liked it so much. Okay. You liked a sad book, Amanda? Okay, I'm keeping A Fault in Our Stars. I don't feel bad about that. Sophie's World. Tell me about this one, Manny. Because I don't even remember it. Justine Gardner? Philosophy. I'm starting to realize in my old age, I'm not sure I'm a fan of philosophy. I was chatting with a guy on, the apps and stuff, and I told him how much I love books and I love reading. I'm a reader. I do a lot of reading. And he was saying, I love reading too. What do you like to read? And I saw him all the different things. And he's like, I'm a big fan of philosophy. And there was very much like oh, okay, that's nothing against people who like philosophy. Nothing against people who like philosophy. But I don't think that's a topic I want to spend a lot of time talking to somebody about. I just noticed every time I read these classical philosophy books, I'm always like, oh wow, that's like reading. It's almost worse than reading mythology for me, like old classic mythology. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not judgy. I swear it's not judgy, but I'm just like, maybe I don't like philosophy. About philosophy, and that's all I remember. Okay, and I can't spell remember. Oh, that's fine. Remember. I like that. Remember. I didn't have a choice. When we adopted her, I asked her what book she was reading so I could read it and connect with her. And that's what she was reading. It broke me for about a week. Oh, got it then. Okay, I read Sophie's World in high school. Oh, not Sophie's Choice, Sophie's World. I liked it then. It's been a while. Okay, but I did like it when I read it in high school. So I don't like philosophy books either. Okay, let's look and see what it's about. One day, 14-year-old Sophie comes home from school to find her mailbox 2 notes, one with a question: who are you and where does the world come from? From that irresistible beginning, Sophie becomes obsessed with questions that take her far beyond what she knows of her Norwegian village. See, now this sounds more interesting than a lot of the philosophical reads I've read. Covering Socrates and sought with a mysterious philosopher while receiving letters addressed to another girl. Who is Hilda, and why does her mail keep turning up? Now, maybe if it's young adult philosophy, I might be more. This doesn't sound bad. It actually doesn't sound bad. Like, this is like philosophy for beginners, which maybe is what I need. It's such a sweet story. It is a really sweet story, and that's a wonderful way to connect with somebody. A wonderful way to connect with somebody. I love it. Especially, yeah. I think that's great. I think it was good. Okay, I'm gonna keep it. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is actually one. I'm pretty sure War and Peace. People I talked to liked War and Peace more than Crime and Punishment. What else did Fyodor Dostoevsky write? I have other ones by him. Is Crime and Punishment on this list? I know War and Peace is, right? Sophie's World's on here. Hey, I'm glad I kept that one. Perfect. War and Peace is on here. Is Crime and Punishment on here? Come on. Eyes Look Faster. Yes, it is on here. Right. That's the only Fyodor Dostoevsky. He wrote the Brothers of Karamazov. I can't. My Russian's failing me right now. I'm gonna keep it. Let's see what you have to say. Have you read any? Let's see. I love Crime and Punishment. Okay. So you have more thoughts and opinions on Crime and Punishment. Have you read any books off your poster this year? I don't think so. The Time Machine I read last year. I think there's a couple that I haven't actually scratched off yet on here. But I don't remember. I don't think so. Oh, Fahrenheit 451. I did read that. I read Fahrenheit 451 this year. I haven't scratched that one off yet. So yes, I have. I've read one this year. Better than 0. Okay, I got some scratching to do. Maybe I'll do that in a future Sunday sum up. I love Crime and Punishment. My mouth is not working right now. I love Crime and Punishment in high school. I'd totally read it again to see if it's still like it. Okay. The Brothers K. Yes. That's another big Russian one that I don't have much interest in. Is that him? Fyodor Dostoevsky? The Ring? No, this guy. Let's see. Oh, I guess that's him. Oof, he looks not very happy. But of course, they had to sit for long hours to take those pictures, right? He must have written it when he was much older. Well, there's a young Fyodor. I'm saying that probably very, very incorrect. At least he's not wearing super tight pants like the other guy. Okay, let's see. Sorry. But I have a thing for Russian classics. I mean, I haven't read enough to say I have a thing, but I have read a good, almost over half of Anna Karenina, and I loved that. I need to finish it at some point. I didn't like White Fang. Yeah, I think we've agreed. I think we've all decided that because I liked Call of the Wild, I would probably like White Fang. And I understand why everybody didn't like White Fang or Call of the Wild, because Jack London is very harsh in his treatment of his characters and then his characters' companions and stuff like that. So, but I did really like Call of the Wild, so I'm ready to get rid of that yet. Okay, The Invisible Man by Ralph. Listen, you guys aren't doing a very good job of convincing me to get rid of these. I've heard good things about The Invisible Man. I think that I definitely want to. What am I doing? I'm supposed to pull them off in a separate. Oh, Mom, what are you doing? Oh, let's see. The Invisible Man's a great classic. Yeah, I want to read it too, especially because it's a classic written by a person of color, and I feel like we don't read enough classics by people of color because it's just, they're haven't been as highly received within public as they should be, and so that's definitely one I want to read. The Beautiful Madame. So I did. What's going on? Come on. Ralph Ellison is a great Harlem Renaissance writer. Yeah, I definitely want to read that one. Never Let Me Go made me feel icky, but I liked The Remains of the Day. I have both of those. I own Never Let Me Go. I do plan on reading that one. I think I'm going to like it, but that's interesting that it made you feel icky. So that'll be interesting to see. But we'll see. I definitely have that one, so I'm going to read it at some point. Never Let Me Go. And I think I either own The Remains of the Day, but I don't know if I own it. I think that's the one that I'm most excited to read of his, The Remains of the Day. Let's see. I don't like Vonnegut. I I really like Slaughterhouse-Five, so I think I'm gonna like other works by Vonnegut, but I haven't decided which ones I want to focus on the most. I have loved everything by Kazuo Ishiguro. Okay, well that's good to know. I'm not getting rid of that one for sure. So The Beautiful and the Damned. This sounds like, so F. Scott Fitzgerald did The Great Gatsby, right? Didn't he do The Great Gatsby? And this one sounds like it's right up my alley. And you know what? I think we're gonna go to Sprints. An award winner. That will work. Although I have plenty of winners now. I got to get the other ones. Never Let Me Go is the first one that I also have on my TBR. Oh, funny. Okay. You know what? We're going to go to some sprints. And we'll come back and we'll talk about some of these others. There's a dog running out along down the road. We get a lot of... Oh, no, I think it's owned by somebody. Sorry, I'm getting distracted now. We're going to go for a sprint, and we'll come back at the top of the hour. Okay? Let me edit my banner. Mom's trying to feed the dogs, and it's just going to get louder. So I think I will let them do that, and we will sprint to the top of the hour, and we'll come back and we'll chat more about... And Amanda's heading to bed during the sprint, so have fun. Thank you, Amanda. I haven't got rid of a lot yet, but maybe you'll see something like maybe it'll be better the time you look at my reads again, and it'll have a lot less books. We'll see. All right. Good night, Amanda, and happy sprinting, everybody. Welcome back. How'd your reading go? I started my book. Well, that's not going to last. Death on the High Seas. Excuse me. And I've got my little shark bookmark to go with the book since it's set on a cruise ship. I figured it's a zombie apocalypse, but I still think that's kind of cute. It doesn't stay in books very well, which is a bummer, though. I'm not very far in it so far. I got this one when I was on the cruise in one of the little bookstores, or it was like a little gaming store, and the author was actually one of the people that worked there. The writing is not the best, but I'm still gonna read it and see how it goes and see if the story is at least fun. So that's where I'm at. I'm still pretty early on with it. Let's see. There are bookkeepers that have never heard of Sophie's World and claimed I was making it. That's just weird. It's just weird that they would claim that. Because that's easily look upable. I like The Beautiful and Damned more than The Great Gatsby. I'm excited about it because that's one that I'm really interested in. And I'll talk about that in a second when I go back to my Goodreads. But yeah, The Beautiful and the Damned sounds like the kind of book I would really enjoy. And I liked, I didn't love The Great Gatsby, but I enjoyed. It wasn't one of those books that I absolutely hated. There's other classics that I didn't like, and I didn't mind The Great Gatsby. It wasn't favorite, but it was fine. Yeah, The Beautiful and the Damned sounds more interesting to me anyways than the other one. Danielle's here and prepared to be brutal. Okay. Luck, we haven't deleted that many. I think we've only deleted like 8 or so. The reinforcements have arrived. Hope you brought your scissors. Finished my book. Good. Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations. Final thoughts? What'd you think? Okay. So let's go back and so The Beautiful Damned. This one, oh, here it is. This one sounds like one I would be really interested in because I love the underbelly of the high class. Like I like seeing the bad stuff. That sounds terrible, but I like books like this. So I'm very interested in reading this one and keeping it for that reason. The Prodigal Summer. This one's by Barbara Kingsolver. I do have one Barbara Kingsolver that I own, which is one of her most famous ones, and I do plan on reading that one. What is this one about? From her outpost in an isolated mountain cabin, Deanna Wolf, a reclusive wildlife biologist, watches a den of coyotes that have recently migrated into the region. She is caught off guard by a young hunter who invades her most private spaces and confounds her self-assured, solitary life. Oh, this sounds good. On a farm several miles down the mountain, Lusa Malou Flandowski, a bookish city girl turned farmer's wife, finds herself unexpectedly marooned in a strange place where she must declare or lose her attachment to the land that has become her own. Yeah, no, this sounds like something I would be interested in. Any thoughts? Any thoughts? I don't know if I want to listen to Danielle. It was very gothic, very queer, and very smutty. Ooh, I love that. Good, that's awesome. I made it to 40% and got into bed, so I'm ready when it's time to crash. Smart, I probably should be getting in bed ready to crash. Hi, Michael. Good evening. So, we're going through my list and attempting to convince me to get rid of things. And you know what? I haven't done a very good job. I didn't get rid of a ton. I haven't got rid of a ton yet. Brenna went through and it was you, Brenna, right? That went through and deleted 100 off of her list within this time that I've been sprinting. And I haven't deleted hardly any. That's okay. Let's see. Isn't it like 5 p.m. with you, Amy? No, it's 7 p.m. Oop, 7 p.m. But I have to get up early to go to the gym. Or are we going to the gym tomorrow?
Where?
Gym? Cousins aren't here. Are we going to the gym?
We can. Her says she arrives at 10:20.
Okay. So we think about it. Never let me go, more like let me go. No, I'm not letting that one go. That's one I own. I'm not getting rid of stuff that I own. Sorry. Which book was very gothic, queer, and very smutty? Oh, I gotta scroll all the way up. I can't remember. Because I've been thinking about a lot of different books since we started this. Brenna. Brenna. Wait, did you tell us? I don't know. No, you're finishing off. You finished off Dungeon Crawler Carl. What did you read after that? I don't remember now. Oh, Savage Blooms. That's right. Savage Blooms by S.T. Gibson. S.T. Gibson. I've now deleted 325, but I think that's all I can let go of. Still at 1336. You went through yours a lot faster than I did, which is understandable. So I've been hemming and hawing. It is definitely an accomplishment. Good job. Awesome job. Savage Blooms by S.T. Gibson. The new release. I think I've seen pictures of it. And it was gothic, queer, and smutty. Love it. Okay. Sorry. Back to my thing. Nobody has any thoughts about Prodigal Summer, so I'm going to keep it. The Social Conquest of Earth by Edward. I have read a book by Edward O. Wilson in the past that I did enjoy. I need to keep this one. Clarity and passion, one of the greatest living things directly addresses. This one doesn't sound as interesting as some of the other ones he has. I'll give up this one. There. I think I've read To Kill a Mockingbird before, but because I haven't read it since I was a kid, or in high school or in middle school or what have you, I figured I should keep it on here just so that it's a very, very well-known classic. I own Night. Let's see. About to read Diary of Blood by S.T. Gibson. Not sure I will like it. I've heard mixed things about it. I've liked everything that I've read by E.O. Wilson. You haven't read that one, but I own it. Haven't read that one, but I own it. Okay. Keep Night. Okay, I'll keep Night. I know I have liked I really liked E.O. Wilson's writing and perspective. I got rid of it. It's okay. I have other E.O. Wilsons I want to read. In fact, I have one that I own. So I really do love the vibe of ST. And if I want to read more, if I get to a point where I want to read more, then I can add it back on. S.T. Gibson's books, but this one wasn't my favorite. More like a 3.5 star. It didn't have a ton of plot, just vibes. That's good to know. Okay. Animal Farm, I plan on reading soon, hopefully. Nice short book. Always, I do like George Orwell's writing. Brave New World is also on my scratch off board. As I Lay Dying on my scratch off board because I started reading that and I did not enjoy it. Or was it As I Lay Dying, or was it another one? I don't know that I'm going to be a fan of William Faulkner. No, that's not As I Lay Dying. That one I'm more interested in. What was the other one that he wrote that I started reading and I did not like it? I just couldn't get into it. It was just really hard to read. But it's As I Lay Dying on my board. So Mockingbird's on here. I guess it's not. I could have swore I thought it was on here. Let's see. What's the other one that I didn't like? Or just tried to start reading and I couldn't. Sound and the Fury. That's right. I swear there's got to be there. I feel like there was some Faulkner on here, or something by Faulkner on here. But if there's not, then maybe I'm just going to delete all Faulkner from my, because I don't know if I'm a Faulkner fan, or going to be a Faulkner fan. Sorry, give me a second. I'm just double checking. The Sound and the Fury is on here. No, I would rather read As I Lay Dying. Can I change the the scratch board? Can I change it? That's annoying. Okay. Let's see what you said. I read Animal Farm in high school, and it has shaped my reading journey. Ooh, that's cool. Good as a graphic novel. Oh, I believe that. I thought I would hate As I Lay Dying and ended up loving it. Cut it. The Sound and the Fury gave me a headache years ago when I had to DNF. See, that's what happened with me. I would rather read As I Lay Dying than to read The Sound and the Fury. But my scratch board has The Sound and the Fury on it. So can I just swap them? I'll just like scratch out The Sound and the Fury on my scratch board and write As I Lay Dying instead. I read Mockingbird 10 years ago with my niece when she read it for high school. In our school, Mockingbird was read by lower. Yeah, I think it was middle school in my school. I think it was middle school. 5th, 6th grade, 6th grade or something like that. It was pretty young. They do it pretty young. Okay. I own One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, As I Lay Dying. I think I'm going to keep that one because that's the only William Faulkner I'm actually interested in reading. I don't know. The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. I don't know if I'm interested in this, but I've heard the people who really like Sylvia Plath really like Sylvia Plath. And so that's why I'm like, should I just read it? Thoughts? Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. This is on my scratch off board, and I plan on reading that one. East of Eden, I own it. Definitely going to read that. Don Quixote, I want to read that. Stranger by Albert Camus. Are we coming back to our philosophical books? Is that should I just like thinking about the philosophy? Do I really want to read a whole bunch of philosophical books? So I'm starting to think that I'm not much of a fan of philosophy. What are your thoughts on The Stranger? Senseless murder on a sun-drenched Algerian beach, Camus explores what he termed the nakedness of man faced with the absurd. The Old Man and the Sea, that's on my scratch board. Plague by Albert Camus. Okay, sorry, I'm coming back. I figure if you are unsure, just cut it. If you come across it after and are interested, you will just add it back. You have so many other options to choose from. Good point. Good point. The Bell Jar is skippable. Okay. I have never wanted to read The Bell Jar. You have Life of Pi? I read it. I actually like the movie more than the book. It's one instance of one of the instances where I liked the movie more than the book. Camus. Okay. Hated Don Quixote. I read 2 chapters past the mandated 8 in high school and rage quit. Really? Pass on The Stranger. Okay. As in, cut The Stranger. I read it and didn't rate it, probably because objectively it had merit, but I didn't enjoy it. Okay. Did I cut down Don Quixote? But so many people really like Don Quixote. I think I'm going to keep that one. But I will cut The Stranger. And what's The Plague about? No, you said just get rid of Albert Camus. Okay. Oh, and The Bell Jar. I'll get rid of that. I'm going to keep Don Quixote for now. For now. We'll see in the future. I'm interested. The narrator of A Plague Sweeping by the French Algerian city of Oran. The narrator remains unknown. How long is this one? I guess I should just get rid of Camus because you all said just get rid of him. Let's see. The play version of Life of Pi was so good. Oh, that would be cool. Agreed. Not a fan of Don Quixote. You're not the only one, Manny. No. Don't take my word for it. I'm an outlier. Apparently, you're not an outlier. Not an outlier in these comments. People have said that Memoirs of Geisha is problematic because it isn't own voices. I was wondering about that. I'm fine taking that off. Let's take off Plague because I'm just feeling I've got other philosophical books I think I'd probably be more interested in reading if I'm going to read something on philosophy. I'll take off. I don't have any desire to read Memoirs of a Geisha. Pleasurable Kingdom, Animals and the Nature of Feeling Good. Definitely keeping that science nonfiction. Sounds like fun. The Wonderful World of Oz. It's another classic. I own this one. I don't know that I'm as interested in it anymore, though, compared to other books that I have. Let's see. I know Frank Gilbon is a very questionable author, but I also would like to read the original Wonderful Wizard of Oz at some point. I'm not getting rid of books that I physically own, because I can always do like a try chapter or something like that, unless I know for sure that I'm not going to read it. Let's see. The Naturals. This one sounds cute. It's YA mystery thriller. 17-year-old Cassie is a natural at reading people, piecing together the teeniest details. She can tell you who you are and what you want, but it's not a skill that she's ever taken seriously. That is, until the FBI comes knocking. This one sounds fun. That one sounds like a lot of fun. I'm keeping that one. That would be a fun YA read. Savage Continent, Europe in the aftermath of World War II. One sounds too heavier than what I want to read right now. How about Khaled Hosseini? Thoughts. I haven't read anything by him. I haven't read what's the other one he's written, the famous one. The Kite Runner. I haven't read either of those. I've heard that they're going to be too rough for me to read. But what are your thoughts? If I were to read one of these three, let's say I wanted to read one of these three, which one would you recommend the most? I'm noticing that all these books that have been on your TBR Forever Classics are nonfiction. The older ones are. The newer ones are not. The ones that have been on there forever are classics or nonfiction. That's what I was reading a lot of back then, too, though. Like in my 20s. I was reading a lot more classics and nonfiction then. Naturals was fun. I'm definitely keeping that. You Got to Move and Mountains Echoed. I've got to read that one or not. Not Cut Oz, or if you do replace, I read The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus and I loved it. Kite Runner, so I should read The Kite Runner instead. That one I've heard that that's gonna hurt me in some ways that I don't love being hurt buying books. The Naturals is a YA Criminal Minds. Yeah, I'm excited about that one. I would guess reading Kite Runner or 1,000 Splendid Suns. I've only read Kite Runner. Say if only one, then 1,000 Splendid Suns. I read The Kite Runner. I must have liked enough to acquire 1,000 Splendid Suns. Okay, so I should change it to this one then, because I've only read 1,000 Splendid Suns. It was excellent but heavy. They're all heavy. Yes, I know. No, and I don't mind heavy. It's just there's some topics within heavy that are hard for me to read. And they're the ones that involve children. So I'll go with 1,000 Splendid Suns. If I'm going to read one of his, I'll read that one. How's that sound? So I'm going to put that there. And that's adult fiction. And I will take away, but it's net zero because I'm taking In the Mountains Echoed off. Okay, thoughts of Dr. Sleep. Considering liked The Shining, I've heard mixed things about Dr. Sleep as the second book. I also like to finish series. The Shining wasn't one of my favorite Kings compared to other Kings. I Am Malala, I've heard really good things about, and I've read short stories about her and picture books about her quite a bit, so I would like to read that one. The Autistic Brain by Temple Grandin, I would like to read that. This is a book I own, and I need to make some of these cocktails. They're fun because they're like they're special cocktails for each their classic books that they are for. Hyperbole and a Half, Unfortunate Situations, Flawed Coping. Somebody told me they really enjoyed this. I don't have any strong attraction to having this on my my TBR, so if anybody really has any thoughts about Hyperbole and a Half or anything by Ali Brosh, like this style of book, I'll keep it. It's a graphic novel, so it's an easy read. But I don't know how I feel. Let's see what you guys have to say. Okay, so yeah. Oh wait, here we are. Break your heart in the best way. Yeah. Splendid Sons isn't as kid-focused as Kite Runner. Okay, that's probably better then. No thoughts on the ones I was looking at just now? Any thoughts on Dr. Sleep? Any thoughts on Hyperbole and a Half? Green Gables I'm keeping because I own it. Mists of Avalon, another classic, a classic fantasy this time. Let's see. I don't tend to love classic fantasies. There have been some that I've really liked, but not always my favorite. Here is the Magical Legend of, but it's the King Arthur retelling, which I do like King Arthur stories for some reason. It's a weird little subsection of history that I find fascinating. This is 884 pages. It's got a high rating, 413. Spellbinding novel and extraordinary literary achievement. The Mist of Avalon will stay with you for a long time to come. So maybe this would be a fantasy, classic fantasy that I might enjoy. Who knows? Maybe I would. What do you think? I wasn't a fan of Hyperbole and a Half. Okay. Do not cut in. No, I won't cut in. Isn't there a TV series for The Mist of Avalon? Oh, good question. I don't know. Is there? Yeah, but that's not the same as reading the story. Television miniseries. It's a miniseries. Images. Let me look and see what it looks like. Oh, yeah. Mists of Avalon. Oh, with Angelica Houston? No way! Juliana Margulis, is that what her name is? And Joan Allen. That sounds fun. Is he? Okay. Good to know. Then I'll just watch the TV series. Or just not. The TV series, let's see. Yes, with Juliana Margulis. Yeah, that's an older show, I guess. You can read that one after. Yeah, after my nonfiction. Was there a rule that books used to have to be over 700 pages? Okay, that's good to know. Then I won't bother because, like, who cares? I have plenty of other books I can read. And it's a long book. And maybe I'll just go watch the show because I love Angelica Houston. Okay, The Six Wives of Henry VIII by Alison Weir. I have wanted to read by this author. I'm keeping that one because I think that's fascinating. Charlotte's Web. I still haven't read Charlotte's Web. I probably have read Charlotte's Web. To be honest, I probably have read it. But I don't remember it well enough, like the actual reading of it versus like the movie. So I'm going to read that one. Oh, so you said Hyperbole and a Half was not all that great. Okay. Okay, The Princess Bride by William Goldman. I would like to read that. I own Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert Heinlein. I think he's also problematic. All those older authors are problematic. I'll have to try a chapter of something like that because I'm not sure if I'm interested in those classic sci-fi. I guess just because I've had a couple of poor experiences, but that doesn't mean everything is going to be that rough. I don't even know what this is. I didn't finish Stranger in a Strange Land. Don't remember why. I've heard people that really like his writing. They actually just published a special edition Charlotte's Web with sprayed edges. And ooh, that would be lovely. To have a beautiful copy. That would be lovely. What is this? Okay, let's take a look. I think I'll keep it, and I'll see if I own it. I'm going to keep the ones I own, and then I can always go through them when I go through my physical TBR. This is Animals Fiction Children's Book. Classic children's book, Rascal. Anybody heard this one? By Sterling North. Nothing surprising in the North household, not even Sterling's new pet raccoon. Rascal is only a baby when Sterling brings him home. But soon the two are best friends, doing everything together. I don't even know how I got this one on my TBR. It's a classic. I guess I put all the classics on there. It's a nice short one. Charlotte's Web fits her kid. Oh, what is it? Oh, it's for the farm animals. I already did the farm animal one. I tried reading Little Women as an adult, but I found it pretentious. Ooh, I like pretentious books typically. Oh, Zimmer herself was it? Oh, no, I don't like that. Snip Rascal. Oh, really? Not good with the. Yeah, then we don't like child abuse. We're not liking the little cute little. This would work for raccoon would be a wild animal. Her kid would work for her kid. Look at all those awards. Oh, everybody says snippet. Okay. It's a classic and an animal. The algorithm probably added Rascal to your list at this point. Probably. I love Little Women, the nostalgia. I've loved all the Little Women movies. Definitely keep that one because I'm interested in reading Little Women. Road to Wigan Pier. I don't own that, but I do like George Orwell's nonfiction, and that's George Orwell's nonfiction. My Side of the Mountain by Jean Craighead George. I don't even know what this is. Let's see what it's all about. Oh, you couldn't even find it? What is that all about? No, there's just something wrong. Okay. Every kid thinks about running away at one point or another. Few get farther than the end of the block. Young Sam Gribley gets to the end of the block and keeps going, all the way to the Catskill Mountains of upstate New York. He sets up house in a huge hollowed-out tree. This reminds me of the Boxcar Children. Hollowed-out tree with a falcon and a weasel for companions, and his wits. This sounds good. My Side of the Mountain. That sounds really good, actually. Okay, let's see. Yeah, well, you're right. I didn't think about that. That's a good point. Sorry, my brain did not wrap around that when I first read it. That's too funny. Okay. I need to read Little Women. I have it in Spanish, too. So you get to, snip it. Snip what? Which one? I'm seeing a trend with mountain books, too. Yeah, apparently I like mountain books. I read Little Women, gave it 4 stars, I think. Okay, well, I'm definitely going to keep Little Women. I think I'm going to keep this other mountain book. I'm interested. I am interested in trying Michael Chabon, I think. I don't know what's the best book to go with this author. Or if you know anything, have you read anything by this author? Do you know anything by this author? The Sitka? Oh, the Sitka in Alaska? Yeah, it is. Proud, grateful, and longing to be American, the Jews of Sitka district have created their own little world in the Alaskan Panhandle. I feel like I've heard about this book quite a bit. I've heard of other books by him. Which other books have I heard? Maybe The Amazing Adventures of Cavalier and Clay. That's the other one that comes to mind. I don't know. Has anybody read anything by this author? Any thoughts? I don't remember why I put this on my TBR, but other than hearing about it, but I don't remember what specifically pushed me to put it on here. And I remember a book set in prehistoric times, and it is told from the woman's perspective. It is a series, and the author was problematic. Clan of the Cave Bear. Yeah, I own that series, but it's problematic too. I've heard people really like that series. Never anything by Chabon. I've heard The Wonder Boys is easier to read. I've tried reading Yiddish and never finished. Okay, so not... Okay. I have heard of Wonder Boys. I think it may be a movie. Okay, so I should get rid of Shaven because there's not enough to... Sounds like it's a bit hard to read and not necessarily worth it. Because, I don't have any strong attachment to that. What's next? Where we go? Oh, Neuromancer. Who talked about this? Somebody talked about this one. Sci-fi, cyberpunk, dystopian. Case was the best interface cowboy who ever ran an Earth's computer matrix. Then he double-crossed the wrong people. I talked to somebody about this one. But I don't... Anybody read this? Any thoughts on that one? I can't remember who I talked to about it. Oryx and Crank. Freak. Heard good things about this one. I am not like most people. I didn't love Handmaid's Tale. I do want to try more Margaret Atwood. So I might just keep this because this one is one that I've heard a lot of people talk about. The Godfather. Is it worth reading the book, or should I just stick with the movie? I want to read Winnie the Pooh. Keeping that one. Let's see what you have to say. I loved the series as a teen, but I haven't read it since the 90s. Wonder Boys. Wonder Boys was a book first by Chabon. Okay. Well, I'm not attached. If I ever want to go back and read from that author, I will. But I don't feel any strong feelings about that. I gave Oryx and Crank 4 stars. Interesting, but I wouldn't call it a must-read. Okay. I haven't read Oryx and Crank, but heard it's great. A classic Canadian author. Keep. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll keep it. Why not? And we'll see what... keep it. And then we can... sorry, my brain stopped. I can think of see whether or not that, and maybe with another of her books, I can see whether or not Margaret Atwood will be an author for me. Let's see. Yeah, any thoughts on The Godfather? Anybody read it? Got really high ratings. Winnie the Pooh, like I said. Hangman's Daughter. What is this? By Oliver Pucha? That's not how you pronounce that. Magdalena, the clever and headstrong daughter of Bavarian hangman Jakob Kusel, lives with her father outside the village walls and is destined to be married off to another hangman's son. Except that the town physician's son is hopelessly in love with her, and her father's wisdom and empathy are as unusual as his despised profession. Ooh. Anybody heard of this one? It's translated work. It would work for... this would work for Herkit. I don't even know why I put it on here. Like, why I originally heard about this book. It was quite a while ago. When was it? I put this on here in 2013. And her father's wisdom and empathy are unusual as his despised profession. It's 1659. The 30 Years' War has finally ended, and there hasn't been a witchcraft mania in decades. But now a drowning and gruesomely injured boy, tattooed with the mark of a witch, is pulled from a river, and the villagers suspect the local midwife, Martha Stechlin. He has to extract a confession from her and torturing her until he gets one. Convinced she is innocent, he, Magdalena, and her would-be suitor race through the clock to find the true killer. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good, actually. I think there are other Canadian authors you could read. I mean, everybody loves Margaret Atwood, though. Not everybody, but many people love Margaret Atwood. I've read another book by Mario Puzo, and I didn't love it. Okay. I heard the Godfather book had quite uncomfy things that were left out of the movie. That's good to know. The Godfather and Winnie the Pooh have almost the same rating. I'm going to guess they have different audiences, though. I would imagine. I totally agree, Jean. I'm just always trying to read more Canadian authors. Okay. I am going to get rid of The Godfather because I can just watch the movie. Maybe I should be keeping a different Margaret Atwood on my thing. Let's see what else I have from Margaret Atwood on my TBR, because I'm pretty sure I have other Margaret Atwoods on here. Oh, my computer's thinking really hard right now. Okay, we'll come back to that in a second. Keeping that one, the Reese Malcolm list. I don't even know what these things are. By Amy Spalding. It came out, I put it on my want to read list same year that it came out. That's really like, I was on top of things in 2013. Okay, for some reason that's not working. Let's try it again. Okay. The Reese Malcolm list. Things I know about Reese Malcolm. This is YA contemporary. She graduated from New York University. She lives in or near Los Angeles. Since her first novel was released, she's been to the New York Times bestseller list every week. She likes strong coffee and bourbon. She's my mother. Evan knows very little about Reese Malcolm until the day her father dies, and she's shipped off to live with her mother she's never met. All she has is a list of notebook entries that doesn't add up to much. Ellie offers a whole new world to Devon. A performing arts school allows her to pursue her passion. Sounds like a pretty typical YA contemporary. Doesn't sound horrible, but I've heard that the Testaments is really good, and that's definitely one I want to read. So maybe I'll just take Oryx and Crake off of there and read the Testaments instead, because that's already on my TBR. And I've been told, even though I didn't hate The Handmaid's Tale, I gave it like 3.5 or 3 point something like that. I was told that I would actually like the Testaments more. So we'll just take Oryx and Crake off of there. Oh, any thoughts on Neuromancer? Okay, let's see. Richard Wagamese is a wonderful Aboriginal writer that writes about North Canadian West Coast. I do have some Richard Wagamese on my, I actually own at least one, maybe two. Is Margaret Atwood on the board? I feel like she should be, right? Well, Hawkins is on here. Sorry, don't mind me. James Joyce is on here twice. He's on here for Ulysses and the portrait of the artist as a young man. Yikes. Nope. No Margaret Atwood. Unless one of the ones I already crossed off was, or scratched off. No Margaret Atwood on here at all. I'm a little surprised by that. I've only read Indian Horse by Wagamese, but it was excellent. I think I own that. I think that's the one I own. Sounds stupid. Which one? Snippet. Which one sounds stupid? By the way, Margaret Atwood comes out to the protest for the war in Ukraine. Comes out to the protest. Meaning in support of the protests? In support of Ukraine, right? Snip. Reese Malcolm would work for Secret Hercule prompt this month. I'm not doing the Secret Hercule prompt this month because I'm not doing points. I don't think you need to be adding more books. What? I'm reading the Testaments next. Okay, keeping that one. Elias Grace. Was it about murder? New life murder. What does that mean? Let me read for you guys. Elias Grace. Is another Margaret Atwood? Is about a murder. Okay. My grandma recommends Ulysses. Is that how you spell it? Yeah, I'm not reading Ulysses. I have to, I guess, but I'm not reading it now. I've seen her at the protest. Okay. Real life murder, not new life murder. Okay, real life murder. Got it. Okay. Oh, so that's a nonfiction then, or like a true crime? I'm gonna get rid of this one. I'm not interested. Okay, I'm getting rid of Malcolm Reese. Nobody likes the idea of that one. Moon by Whale. The Moon by Whale Light and Other Adventures Among Bats, Penguins, Crocodilians, and Whales. It's got a really high rating. It's a rare blend of scientific fact and poetic truth. The acclaimed author of A Natural History of the Senses explores the activities of whales, penguins, bats, and crocodilians, plunging headlong into nature and coming up. This one actually doesn't sound as interesting to me. Believe it or not, I'm deleting a science nonfiction off of here. It's going. It's going. You can't say that I don't get rid of them. Book Thief. I want to read that by Marcus Zusak. Very classic. Look at that, 2.8 million. Jeez Louise. Ether Day, very fascinated by this. They got a really low rating though. Why did people not like that? That's important to know. Sex, Drugs, and Sea Slime, totally keeping this one. Love. Oh, it also got a low rating. Let me see about that one. Alfred Russel Wallace, the other famous evolutionary scientist that was known for coming up around the same time with the origin of species as what am I thinking? What am I thinking? Anyways, I do want to read that because he's one of our other families, like the other big evolutionary biologists at the time of Darwin. Let's see. I loved the book Thief, but it was very YA middle grade. That's okay. That's okay. I still want to read it. It was published in 91. That should be a factor. Danielle's surprised. Book Thief, all-time fave. Yes, I cut it. I'm reading the Book Thief currently. Good. Oh, awesome. A lot of people are reading that recently, I've noticed. Works for 500 pages and an Australian book. Oh, okay. That's perfect. That's a long book. The Book Thief is the book I have had on my TBR the longest. Oh, that's cool. Mine was Ulysses, and no longer is it Ulysses. Okay, so let's see. Why is this such a low-rated book? It only has 302 ratings. What do people have to say about this? It tells the stranger than fiction story of the men who were involved in the invention of ether. The subject matter is fascinating. It's wild to think about life. We really take heavy focus on the legal aspects of discovery. While I liked the book overall, I had trouble getting into Fenster's writing style. I wouldn't say it was dry, but the book didn't grab me. Okay, so that's... Let's see. We're psyched that on page 5 they introduced William Morton as one of the men responsible for figuring out how to use the ether for surgery, since Morton is a family name, and there's a chance he's a distant relative, only until they reveal that he was wanted in 5 states for fraud and spends the... Well, yeah, like, that was a known part of it. I think that's funny. Not funny. Not funny. Not funny at all. Like, that's part of the history that's interesting. What did you say about it? I'm going to keep this one on here. I don't see anybody saying this, that anybody saying anything on here. I'm getting tired, I think, because I'm having a hard time talking now. I'm not seeing anybody say anything that is distracting, is discouraging me. Okay. No, that does not sound boring. I found Book Thief read very fast. Book Thief is also on my fave list. Bye-bye, Ether. No, there's no way. I'm not getting rid of that one. Sex, Drug, and Sea Slime, the ocean's oddest creatures. So why didn't people like this one? Trigger takes a tack in this book that I have been noticing more frequently in nonfiction books. Each chapter ends in a section basically called Who Gives a Fuck? This details the human uses or potential uses of the organism being discussed. In Korea, the deslimed Sorry, I'm reading it to myself. That's a long... I hated this book. It kept me from doing my homework. Okay, so the reviews are really like, hate the writing. This is between technical and very dumbed down. Okay, I have enough other... Okay, I'll get rid of this one. I'm not getting rid of either one, but I'll get rid of this one. I'll be heading off to bed soon, almost 11 p.m. Oh, some rest. Yeah, that's late. That is late. We're keeping that one for the title. No! Watch documentary about sea slime if you want to. I'm a fan. I will. Then. I'm not gonna keep that one. That one didn't. The reviews of this one, even though it has a low rating, didn't turn me off the way that the other reviews did. The Origin by Irving Stone. What is this all about? Oh, I should be pulling it. Okay. This is fiction, though. He would shake the faith of centuries. He'd be reviled as a fiend, denounced as a madman, and finally hailed as a genius. His life was a storm-swept voyage of discovery from the one moment around the entire globe. Now, interesting. Anybody read that one? I mean, I'd be interested, because I'm very interested in that science history. What is this all about? A Perfect Red recounts the colorful history of cochineal. Oh, I'm a big fan. Keeping that one. Totally keeping that one. Yeah. Horrifying. It's horrifying. We use bugs as a source of ink. They're bored by the political history, and the bulk is just that, political history. Nah, I'm not bored by that. I'm keeping this one. Here we go, another mythology. Phaedo by Plato. That's pretty fun. Is acknowledged to be one of Plato's masterpieces, showing him both as a philosopher and as a dramatist at the height of his powers. Do I need to read this one? It's number 2 in a series. I don't like reading the second book in a series. Snip Origin. Okay. I say if you have an interest in the science book, try it. If you don't like it, stop reading it. But everybody else is Snip. 700 pages? Nah, too much. 1980? Cut Origin. No. Snip the Play-Doh and stick with Sophie's World. Okay, I'm sticking with my my YA. Okay, let's see. I guess plenty of... What else has Irving Stone written? I feel like there's something else. The Agony and the Ecstasy. I own The Agony and the Ecstasy. You know what? I'll keep The Agony and the Ecstasy because I own it on my shelves, and I'll get rid of The Origin. How does that sound? Compromise? Then I can read something by this author, and it's something I actually own, and I can get rid of that one. If I want to go back and read that at some point, I can. And I'll get rid of Phaedo by Plato. That's so fun to say, though. We're going to go to 100. We're going to go to 100. I know that's not enough. We probably could have done more. But we're going to hit the 100 mark, and that's probably going to... We'll do another sprint, and that probably will have to be what we do for tonight, because I do got to work tomorrow. In the Heart of the Sea, The Tragedy of the Whale Ship Essex. Into the Wild, I'm keeping that. Alexander Hamilton, this is on the scratch-off board. Wives of Henry VIII. I'll keep the other one I kept for Wives of Henry VIII by Alison Ware, and I'll get rid of this one. How's that sound? And then finally, number 100. I'm not getting rid of these ones yet. I wanted to hear what you guys have to say. I'm just going through the last 100. So he was number 100. Titan, The Life of John D. Rockefeller Sr. I mean... Good to know the enemy, right? Top 1%. I've heard other things. I think I have other books by Ron Chernow on my list. Oh yeah, right. Alexander Hamilton. Okay, I'll read that one first because I do need to read Alexander Hamilton. I'll get rid of this one. And let's see. You have a book about Alexander Hamilton, just watch Hamilton. I have, but this one's on my scratch board. Just because a book was written in the 80s doesn't mean it's not worth. Agreed. Oh yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. Absolutely, you're right. Fado. Well, yeah, you know I'm right. I mean, I know you're right, of course, because I have tons of classics on my bookshelf. Fado by Plato. That's so fun to say though, and that whole thing rhymed. Fado by Plato. That's so fun to say though. Have a good night, culinary crime. Antonia Fraser can be a little dry. Okay, so you've read by Antonia Fraser before. Did I already get that rid of that one? Oh, I did. So it doesn't matter. I got rid of it. You know, they're a little dry because I got rid of it. It's so fun. Now, number 96 title is overwhelming. Oh, what was number 96? In the Heart of the Sea, the tragedy of the whale ship Essex. Oh yeah, I was going to look at that one. With a huge scarred head halfway out of the water and its tail beating the ocean into a white water wake more than 40 feet across, the whale approaches ship twice. Yeah, the whole history of whaling ships is so rough. I still am interested though. No, fine. Y'all going to bed. It's okay. I'm going to bed soon too. Good night, Danielle. Thanks for coming. Good night, Danielle. To be fair, I have read some good older books. My preference is just to read more current, relatable books. And in the 80s, and when the 80s ended, I was 6. How old was I when the 80s ended? I was 7. I'm your elder. Culinary crime. No, I totally get that. But yeah, and it's not for everyone. It's definitely not for everyone. Okay, so I'm gonna keep Bleak House because I do want to read that one. And Rubicon, The Last Years of the Roman Republic. Tom Holland, not the actor, right? I think I'm gonna keep that. I'm interested in that. 408 pages. No, I think I'm gonna keep this one on the Roman Empire. I'm interested. Okay. Okay, that leaves us like we're done at 100. So when I come back and do this again, I will start at 100. And let's see how many I actually got rid of. So 1928. Let's see, quick math. My brain is not working right now. If we had 2, then we add, so that'd be 30, 40, 50, 20, 27, 28, 29. 29? Is that right? 27, 28, 29. Yeah. I got rid of 29 books. 29 out of 100. Right. You know, that's better than, I know that's not a ton. Just means I'll have to do more of these. And the good news is that it refreshed a lot of these books in my mind. So hopefully when I go back to think of books that I'm interested in reading, I'll come back and read some of these, pick some of these up. And you'll hug a cat from me. I don't mind older books either, but for nonfiction, I prefer them to be more recent. Yeah, I know. Especially, yeah, no, I know. Especially because we continue to grow our understanding. Charles Dickens, do you have all their books? No, no, I don't. But I have like Charles Dickens writing, so I would want to read more by Charles Dickens. I think we've done. I think so too. I think so too. And I know that it's still not great. But I think progress was made, and it was just fun to go through the books with you. It was honestly just really fun to chat about you, chat with you about books. Like it was super, super fun to do that. And yeah, thank you. Yeah, we did do well, didn't we? Yeah, let's pat ourselves. Everybody pat yourself on the back. We did well. And yeah, it's just also fun to chat about the books and see what I actually have on here. Give myself a reminder of what I put on here. How many years ago is that now? 12 years ago? Well, I started in 2012, so that would have been 13 years ago, right? Yes, 13 years ago. I love having a big TBR. It's nice to have so many things to pick from. Sure, absolutely. Yep, it is. I do too. I don't hate it. I just, gives me a chance to kind of see what I got. Depends on the nonfiction. For sure. I mean, obviously, Origin of Species by Charles Darwin will always be. Um, and same with E.O. Wilson. We were talking about some of these really famous scientific writers because they are the turning point in scientific history too, in a lot of ways. So many of those writers are. Same with historians. Um, yeah, this was so much fun. Let's do another sprint. Let's do one more sprint so we get a little bit more reading in because we did do a lot of chatting, but we got 2 good sprints in so far, and let's do one more. And I'm a little worried about my enjoyment for this one, but I'm going to keep trying it and see how I think of it, see if I can get into it and at least enjoy it. It's not a very long book, but yeah, the writing is not, it's a little strange. So let's do one more sprint. We will go to the 30-minute mark, and then I think we'll say like a final goodbye, and that'll be it. All right, let me change my banner, but I can get rid of this. Ooh, look at me, I'm all just the lighting. One more sprint before you go to sleep, Manny. Okay, happy sprinting, everyone. All right, well, welcome back. Hope your reading is going well this evening. God darn, it's so cute. It's such a cute little bookmark, but it doesn't stay in the book. I'm on 30 I'm 30 pages in. And the writing is still not great. Like, it needs an editor big time. Big time. But, it's not a very long book, and I'm hoping it'll just be kind of a fun read about zombies. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Okay. So that's where I'm finishing off for tonight. Undeath on the High Seas. And I hope everybody's reading went well. Thank you so much to everyone who came and helped me fiddle around with my TBR, my Goodreads TBR. I definitely want to do that again sometime soon. So hopefully I will do another one of these videos sooner rather than later, because we got to make it through more of just 100. If I have 1900 some odd books on there, but now I have fewer. Maybe I can get under 1900 in the next one. Let's see. Manny made it 52%. This was so much fun. I had a blast too. Thank you so much. Have a good night. This was fun. This was a blast. So thank you everyone who came and joined, and I'm really glad that we got to spend some time together. I hope everyone has a wonderful week and that it treats you well. And I will see you again in the next one. Thank you so much. Have a good night.